Hello, good evening. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you are well on this June Sunday evening. I was talking about it being flaming June. It's actually gone really overcast in North Staffordshire. Actually, it's not such a nice evening now, but it's been a lovely day generally. Hope you're having a good weekend. Good evening to the trains and bus guy. Hello. Welcome to the stream. First to comment. Hope you liked the intro, by the way. I've been working on that all weekend. I was trying to put together a better intro. I thought it was about time. It was. I kind of got a bit bored with those long intros. You probably have as well. Yeah, thank you very much, King K Games. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with it. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, welcome as ever once again. So let's have a look what we have in store tonight. So we've got 4 runs definitively. We're going to start off on a Class 170. We're going to have a run from Birmingham New Street to Bromsgrove on the Cross City line. Then we're going over to LNER and a Leeds to King's Cross, but we'll be doing Doncaster to Peterborough. Then a couple of freight runs, Class 37.5, Redcar. Well, it says Redcar to Scunthorpe. We don't quite go as far as Scunthorpe though on the route. And then another Class 66, the 0911 cargo line military. We're going to go into again, this time on Great Western Express, and a run from Reading to Acton. Good evening, Amaze Hope you're well, and welcome to the stream. So let's get the game underway. I think, as Amaze was saying, it seems to take forever actually to load up the game nowadays. I think the more content you have, you started off with it being just a couple of minutes, but it seems to take absolutely forever to load up now. So we're on the 1448. I think it's 1V289 I've written down. West Midlands Railway Class 170, Birmingham New Street to Bromsgrove. I was going to do a cross city one, but cross city. I was going to do a cross country run, but it looks as though they are very short. They seem to only be about 8 minutes long, so this is only about 20 odd minutes though. And then if we have a bit of time at the end, because I think as things stand, I don't think that will take us quite beyond the 4 hours, but we'll see how things go. Then we'll perhaps try doing another run, maybe something on West Coast Main Line 2019 as me thought in the back of my mind, but we'll see how things go time wise. Hope you're all having a good Sunday. I managed to have Sunday lunch, have a glass of wine with it, and also had about an hour's snooze as well, which was quite nice. I'll go into that stage now where in the sunshine it really is getting quite hot. So I can't believe you think back 6 months ago when we were doing the Christmas stream and sitting here pitch black. Good evening, Lee. Hope you're well. Yeah, it's kind of like a warmish, muggy type of evening actually. I should think about opening the window really. Luckily it's generally not too hot in the house. We're quite lucky. But if it goes on for much longer, I'll have to get the window open. Right, so Birmingham Cross City. Of course, the 2021 wonderful timetable. Class 170, and then the WMR, West Midlands Railway 170. So let's just check. So it's 1448. There you go. So I've added an extra digit to it. It's actually 1 Victor 29. So Birmingham New Street to Hereford. Good evening, Connor. Hope you are well on this Sunday afternoon. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Hope you are good too. Yeah, just to say, as I mentioned in the comments, but thank you very much to all the new subscribers. The subscriber count's gone up really well actually since Thursday's London Overground stream. Yeah, good to know. Hope everybody's refreshed and well and on this Sunday. Lovely if we could go all the way to Hereford, wouldn't it, on the game? So I don't know what else we've got. We've got in. Well, we've got a Pendolino London Euston bound, I would say, with that platform. 350 is waiting down there, and a couple of cross-country 170s as well. So that's on a Nottingham service going to Burton-on-Trent, Derby, Long Eaton, Beeston and Nottingham. And let's get things set up. It's only a shortish run, this one. We are stopping at University and then Bromsgrove, so arrival only about 20 odd minutes time, 15:10. Does look good in that West Midlands Railway colours, doesn't it? I always think, I don't know, I think it's a slightly, well, it's not a subtle livery, is it? But it does look good. I was going to say, I could have sworn that was a HST coming in. You just heard that squeaking of the Mark IIIs, didn't you? That was, so this is looks like a Manchester Piccadilly service. Wolverhampton, Stafford, Stoke, Macclesfield, Stockport and Manchester Piccadilly. All right, okay, Connor. Yeah, you're certainly the right area. I think we've got another train coming in as well. Good evening, Scooby. How are you? Oh, again, as ever, I mean, Birmingham New Street's always full of traffic. We've got a cross city line 323 coming in, and there was something else as well wandering in as well over on the far side. Ah, look at the colourful paint scheme on the back there. Well, bit of graffiti going on, isn't there? And also we've got that retro style 323 on the back. Right, excellent. Yeah, I was just going to ask actually. Yeah, race on tonight. I meant to ask you actually, because I was trying to have a look the other day, but I take it you can actually watch these races on YouTube that you're taking part in. And then if that's the case, which where do I look? What's it called? What do I look out for? And also, are you N8 Scooby as well on the car racing game itself? Of course, there's no Voyagers in the game. That's why we've got a plethora of cross-country HSDs in situ, and that would have come from sort of the Cheltenham Spa, sort of Banbury, Oxford, that neck of the woods. Actually, no, it wouldn't be Banbury, Oxford. That was be if it was going Coventry, wouldn't it? Coventry, Leamington Spa, Banbury, Oxford. But no, go Cheltenham Spa en route to Bristol Parkway and then Bristol Temple Meads. So we're not the first station. I think that's 5 ways, isn't it? But we are then stopping at University. Ah, excellent, Scooby. Yeah. And what do I look out for on YouTube? What's the what's the channel called? If I want to watch the look back at the race that you were involved in. Right. There it is. That's the train. Still love this route with the timetable upgrade. It's made such a difference. It's made a route that was basically quite dead come alive again. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. You know, I'm obviously going to struggle to watch them live, but I'd love to look back on them. Particularly if there's, I'm sure, if there's anything with commentary on, that would kind of add to the interest, because give me a clue to what's going on for you know, somebody that's doesn't know anything about cars. All right, Lee. Yeah, you'll have to explain that one. What's an SA WR when it's a tow? See if we can make the stop at University as we're supposed to do. Yeah, that would be a good route to have on Train Simulator, the route out to Rugeley, Trent Valley, I have to say. I think our particular train's formed of 4 coaches. So, a bit behind schedule. It takes ages if you're doing an all stations cross city line from Birmingham New Street to Bromsgrove, but a bit different when you're only stopping at one stop. It's what, Lee? I don't know what that means. What's what? Yeah, I'd love to have the Walsall line as well on Train Simulator, because it'd be great if we could have the Bescot Yard. It would be brilliant. Oh yes, great that we actually have the guard interacting with us as well. I mean, I know you could obviously press the guard buttons on most of the trains, but it's fantastic they're on this 170. You can actually talk to the guard. Actually, it's often a bit quiet thinking about it inside the cab, so just opening the cab window, which would be the appropriate thing to do on a summer's day. Yeah, interesting road map. I mean, kind of expecting that some of the things were going to be a little bit filler items, which is kind of exactly what it was. A couple of gameplay packs, and I know you were looking forward to that nuclear I can't even speak this afternoon. I know you'll be looking forward to the nuclear flask train version 5 of the cargo line series, and I think that'll be again cracking. I'm really growing to those cargo line stuff. I think they just add such a just a bit of extra variety, and really enjoy them. And I think it seems fairly evident that the 86 is imminent. And yeah, lovely extra shots of Manchester Airport, and I just feel as though, come on, get the thing out to us, because we've been talking about it since, I think it was last October when it was first confirmed as being a thing. So, finally. I mean, again, I said on Thursday's video, but I'm assuming that the I'm assuming that the 86 will probably come out in the next couple of weeks, June sometime, and then hopefully the Manchester Airport in July, I would have thought. All right, cheers, Lee. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, because I got no idea. I'm presuming, yeah, I'm guessing maybe July for the Manchester Airport route. I think it's going to be, when we do the Pendolino runs on Manchester Airport, we're going to get a bit frustrated because, you know, it's going to be dead short. You know, even a run from Manchester Piccadilly to Wilmslow. But it's going to be good with the 323s, and I'm really looking forward to the idea of being able to do the Manchester Airport branch and do those stopping trains. At least Manchester Piccadilly to Alderley Edge is actually a definitive service. So although it's a bit of a random station in theory, you know, sort of part way on the line between Manchester Piccadilly and Crewe, it is actually a definitive service, so it's a kind of a reasonable endpoint. But yeah, can't wait for that. Be interested to see if Alan himself appears on the live streams when they do the preview. I'm sure he might well do. Alright, cheers Scooby. Scooby. Cheers, Amaze Taze. I might have known you'd know these things. Oh well. Connor properly getting into the spirit of the area that we're in, which is good. All right, Lee. Yeah. Finally getting into the. I've got some sort of streaming service now. There seems to be hundreds of channels on it, and I'm watching it through IP TV player, I think it's called, and I think Netflix is probably on there. There's a load of stuff on there. Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. And I think, I mean, I'm guessing he's not going to go into all the masses of detail, and I don't think people are going to be that bothered, but I think he's kind of going to want to give a little bit of a commentary and background on the developments, because it's been a long time coming. I mean, I think it's a couple of years ago, at least, when they started building it, and he kept constantly making the comment, because it always felt as though it was a little bit anti Train Sim World, and he kept making the comment that they were putting the money where the mouth is, but there you go. Oh, excellent, Scooby. Oh, that'll be good. So that's something we can use very quickly. We just need the release date, don't we? That's all now. They've teased us with absolutely everything else. But I love the fact that we're going to be able to do both services, kind of Wilmslow to Manchester Piccadilly, so via the Style line via Manchester Airport, as well as that run from Wilmslow via Cheadle-Hulme, Stockport and Manchester Piccadilly, and also getting in a Pendolino at long site depot as well and starting out a service. We're just going to be frustrated then that there's a large chunk of the route that you can't do from Wilmslow to Milton Keynes. Yeah, I've said it before, but kind of doing their announcement, you know, with Stoke, Macclesfield, Stockport. I mean, really, that would be the route I would love to see in the game, because we've yet to have that in either Microsoft Train Simulator, Train Sim Classic, or Train Sim World. So I'm kind of hoping with the intro that I did today that's going to be the basis for the opening titles, really. And but the good thing is I can just kind of slot in different clips as new things come out, or I kind of find a better little clip to go in. I haven't quite had the chance to do it, but I was really looking for a Watford Junction to Euston, where it's kind of crossing with the Bakerloo line somewhere along the way. But I'll have to look back on one of my own videos, and then I could figure out where that happens. Yes, that always confuses me, Connor, when you have a train where it starts reversing, and then of course, yeah, all the announcements have to be kind of amended, don't they? First class was at the front, now it's at the rear, and all that sort of stuff. So at least going this way, we are descending Licky Incline. We haven't got to climb it. I don't think I need to worry too much about accelerating at this point, because we're very definitely downhill to Bromsgrove. Those shortish cross-country HSTs, they are the substitutes for they're the substitutes for the Voyagers. I think they never go out release dates, do they, on the roadmap generally? So hopefully, I'm kind of hoping we might even get an announcement for the 86 pack in the next week. We're into fly territory though, that's the only nuisance. I'm seem to spend all my time swatting flies at the moment. Alright, excellent. Oh, I've just slightly overshot the platform at the end of it. Yeah, we'll find out. 4917. Right, that sounds like a good start. Yeah, we'll ignore the doors being open at the front there. But yeah, I enjoyed that. Good little run. And we've got a 323. Slightly overdone perhaps, that livery. I might have to think about uninstalling that, because there's probably only one of them. The old classic British Rail logo. Yeah, me too. Yeah, it does seem a bit surprising, that. Right, what's the score? Oh, well done. Excellent, yeah, 4837. Well done. There you go. That's you taking the lead there. Make sure I write it down correctly. Yeah, you're kind of expecting to see the DRS branding, I must say. Bit surprised. They never seem to explain these things, do they? It's, these licenses seem to be very cloak and dagger stuff. Yeah, pretty close. Don't think I helped by overshooting the platform at the end. Yeah, but yeah, enjoyed that. Good start. Just a nice little short run. So next up, so this is a LNER. So it's an 80. It's the version 1. 801, and it's 1 Alpha 18 0918. I think it's Leeds to King's Cross. I have to say, the last time I looked at the Class 20, I was going to do it as one of the videos on the stream. There's a rail tour service on West Coast Main Line over Shap, but it's kind of that slow getting going. I kind of thought against it, because it really is hard work being Type 2. Of course, whenever I've seen a Class 20 in real life, back in the day, they were always double-headed, and nearly always on merry-go-round trains, around Stafford. And they used to do one near to Stoke. There was a mine called Hemheath Colliery, and they used to go to Method Power Station, which was neither exists nowadays. Hemheath Colliery, I think it used to be called a super pit. It was a big massive thing, but they used to do regular trains. There we go, Connor. Yep, straight into LNER. You're quite right. But I mean, there were such unusual trains, the 20s, that it made sense that they were double-headed, with the kind of the main cab facing whichever way you were going, really. Because they were such odd-looking trains. Right, so where are we? Yeah, so this is not the intermodal one. This is the just the normal timetable. Yeah, so it's the 8011, and then 1 Alpha 18. The 0918. So this is a bit of a longer run, 50 minutes though. I think it's still non-stop. All right, that's something to know, isn't it? Please note on LNER services, train doors will close 2 minutes prior to departure. But yeah, I enjoyed the cross city. It's they do such sterling work on the Tradesman community website, and these timetable expansions make such a difference. Right, so let's get this thing set up.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Marker, I think. Make sure we get all the safety systems switched on. Yeah, that looks about okay. Right, excellent, Scooby. I must, yeah, I really must have a watch. I'll have a watch back. I take it they do a bit of commentary. Is there a commentator on there describing the action, or is it like auto commentated, or is there no commentary? So we're due off at 0920. All right, it's a busy service, is it, Connor? There we go. We've got a few wagons in the yard. Of course, Doncaster Works used to be absolutely humongous, didn't it, back in the day? That takes me back, Connor, back to COVID times. It's a great little route, actually, this. It's taken me a while to really appreciate it, but as Scooby has said, you know, if we got the bit from Peterborough to King's Cross, that definitely adds something. Right, okay, yeah, right, okay, I'll have to have a look. I'd love to have a go at doing a commentary on it, but the trouble is, I'm so such an ignoramus as far as cars go. I'm not sure I'd be any good, because you kind of need to know who's in front. But yeah, I'll definitely have a look anyway. I'd be intrigued to see. And heading closer to that World Championship title as well. Which so good luck, and hope you have a good run today. So I take it this is actually on YouTube, is it, Scooby? I'm convinced it'll definitely happen at some point, Scooby. You know, even if it's not one of the Train Sim World 6 announcements, but I'm convinced it'll be a thing fairly soon. I think fairly soon we'll pass a Class 66, because that was where I got the thumbnail from last night. Well, you never know. You're in contention, aren't you? That's the point. How many years have you been doing this? Is it quite a few years? I have to try and keep an eye out for these speed limits as well. That's the one thing that always catches me out on the East Coast main line, particularly because I don't drive it that often, so I tend to forget that these things are coming up. We're okay, we're on an uphill gradient, so we're not going to be losing speed at the moment. So we have got the first of the speed reductions, 110, coming up to begin with. It always makes me think of Anne Comet, which is ready to... I can't do a voice really, but you know how she says that, which is ready to leave. Oh, incredible. Wow. There you go. So you've got plenty of know-how and practice. We've got quite a few viewers who a good deal younger than 1997, shall we say. That was the year when you're a Chelsea supporter, aren't you? So you'll remember 1997. That was Chelsea 2, Middlesbrough 0, and Roberto Di Matteo scoring after 42 seconds in the FA Cup final. I can certainly remember that. Ah, here's that Class 66. Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd love to have a watch. Oh, I bet that LNER service is going to be held up by the freight, surely. Yeah, I remember it well. Of course, the record since at the time it was the fastest FA Cup final goal at Wembley. Of course, since beaten twice. We had the Everton one in 2009, and then Ilkay Gundogan a couple of years back for Manchester City against Man United. No, I can't actually. No, I can't see a link anyway. Oh, a bit of stuttering there. Quite a bit of stuttering actually. That was a Lumo service, wasn't it? I mean, I've probably said it every time I've done a run on this East Coast main line, but kind of obviously the priority is finishing it off to King's Cross, and then we kind of want a reason to head north beyond Doncaster. So it'd be lovely to have both York and Leeds then. Only nuisance about living in the country is flies, and I don't know, it's got in because there was nothing in here a bit earlier on and the door's been shut. Right, I'll jot that down, yeah. So, let's have a quick look. No, there's no speed limits coming up, so we're alright. So, Gran Turismo, Manufacture Series, London 2025. Yeah, definitely. I will have a look. I was playing that rail announcements thing yesterday. It's brilliant because you can pull up any station. And you've got Phil Phil. God, my brain's gone. The chap who died. I forgot his last name. Phil and Celia Drummond, didn't it? But it's ever so good. But just a shame we can't really use it. It does make a point of saying that they are really only for kind of viewing purposes only, and you can't use them for any other purposes. Yeah, absolutely, Scooby. Yeah, I mean we've got a Westie, but the they absolutely annoy him when he sees flies, but he's absolutely hopeless at tracking them down. I'd love to see announcements in the game. You know, even if we haven't got them. I mean, it was nice when we got them on board on the 170s on 5 circle. That was a nice touch. Not really been repeated too much. But it'd also be nice if we could have them at the stations. But I suspect DTG probably think, you know, they've got more fish to fry really, and that, you know, they need the game running a bit more smoothly before they start adding stuff in like that. I always feel as though driving this 801 as well that we're missing that cruise control feature, and you've got it on the Train Sim Classic version, but that does feel like a major defect, and certainly driving a modern train like this at high speed, you do feel as though you should be able to put in some sort of speed control on it like you would do in real life. Right, now we're back into 125. So we've been through Retford, haven't we? But we've still got Grantham and Newark, which we're not stopping at. I ought to really have found a service where it stopped at all the main stations rather than a non-stop one. Right, yeah, well, you'll keep us abreast with the news on that, I'm sure, Lee. Yeah, it'll be go, 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 as Murray Walker used to say. I know, it's odd, isn't it, Scooby? And I think people constantly ask about it on the forums, and all we know is that the that Liam who's developing it has kind of made a, you know, he's developing his own stuff now. Ah, good evening, Andrew. Welcome as ever to the stream. Yeah, I think we can be certain when the new game will be announced, Lee. That'll be in August, and then it'll be released in September. I mean, you only kind of have to look at the timing for last year, and I'm sure it'll follow a similar pattern because it's been like that for a few years. I mean, I can't help thinking that the Great Western Express remaster's been delayed because he's working on his own stuff. You know, it's not something stupid like, well, he doesn't really work for as much now, so there's no chance of it being finished. But I'm sure it will be finished. I'm sure he's said on the forums that he is still involved with it. I think it's inevitable there's going to be a lull in activity between now and the release of Train Sim World 6. You know, perhaps I think once these current things that we're waiting for, the 86 and the ATS route from a UK point of view, and the cargo line Volume 5, hopefully, I can't imagine we're going to get much else from the UK side of things before Train Sim World 6. Right, I take it we've got green again now, have we? Yeah. Yeah, I saw the your clip with Royal Scotsman coming through. I'm trying to think what it reminded me of. You know, you felt as though you're above the bridge, but you know, almost amongst you know, all the shrubbery alongside the line. And I think I don't know, Davy Bellamy came to mind, if you remember him. I was trying to think of his name when I was watching it, but it's just come to me. That's one of the shorter LNER sets. That's probably on a Newark service, I would on a Lincoln service, I would imagine. Yeah, we're soon going to have, talking about not conveying the advertised catering, we're soon going to have the Mark 1 catering car with the R&B, the miniature buffet on the 86 pack. So we'll actually see, be able to open the roller shutter door and actually see an active buffet. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I love seeing stuff like that. I mean, I keep saying it, but I must look out and get some interesting. You get kind of rail tours coming through the West Coast, and I don't live that far away from the West Coast main line, but it'd be nice to film something interesting coming through. Famous flat crossing, of course, at Newark. That's conveying the line from Nottingham to Lincoln. Oh, evening, Christopher. How are you? Yeah, it would be nice. You know, it's good. We've got the reskins and stuff. It's lovely doing the Flying Banana trains, and you know, we've got reskins of the 150 and all bits and bobs. Yeah, I hope you're having a good Sunday, Christopher. Yes, he's our world champion. He says he doesn't think he's in contention for the world championship, but I think he's underrated himself, personally. Yes, indeed. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I remember that too. The Waltons. Yeah. All right. Okay, I didn't know that, Andrew. Yeah. Yeah, I meant to ask you that actually. You know, is it just the prize of or the pride of winning, or is there actually a prize on offer? Tell you what, them signals look to be coming up thick and fast. So I'm kind of hoping that the one after this isn't red. No, we're all right. We're on green again. Oh yes, indeed. Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I got the whole new intro, by the way, Christopher, today. So spent the weekend putting that together. But hopefully that'll be a bit of a standard intro for the times to come. It's a bit shorter, just about a minute long. And I could just add clips of new things in as they come out. Yeah, good question. I mean, I suppose you'd know if it was kind of it was an AI performance. No, I'm not actually. No, I'm not on the intro this time. But I did well, you'll see it when you watch it. But we got the a transition from night time at Euston to daytime, and yeah, pretty pleased with it. And also, I haven't written it down, the name of the chap. I have subscribed to him, but you know, it's just one of the standard tunes. There's hundreds and hundreds of them on YouTube that are kind of license free that you can use, but it's a really, really good tune. Goes with it quite nicely. Right, excellent, Scooby. All right, that's interesting about the Flying Scotsman, Lee. Yeah, maybe to celebrate that, we could do a run on the Flying Scotsman on the West Somerset Railway. Of course, we've got the whole of that on Train Sim World 5. Oh, nearly caught out by that 115, but just about saw it in time. mean, I've been tempted as well to do the, I've said it before, but tempted to do the Flying Scotsman run. There's a good one on 5 Circle as well, and you know, the idea of riding Flying Scotsman through the Forth Bridge would look absolutely stunning. But it's about a 2-hour run, so but yeah, it's doable. I mean, we did a long run last week when we did the Class 47 on the military pack from Preston to Carlisle. Not massive. He did a little bit for me. So he did the artwork. So at the start, you'll see the you know, the Power Flower Trains and Planes present. So we did like a chroma key effect. So there's kind of like a, I think we got a red going all around the poster, and then we married it into the poster that's actually really up in there on the game. And then we did a similar thing at the end. So rather than it being a still image, we kind of got the Pendolino coming into Glasgow Central, and again we did it with a bit of chroma key, or keying as I think it's called on Adobe Premiere. Here is Grantham. Yeah, trying to do, yeah. I mean, it was partly, I thought, well, you know, we had quite a good reaction to the Thursday's Overground video, which was a fabulous scenario from Scooby. And so, you know, got quite a few more subscribers, and you know, it's kind of just trying to match and marry the two things together, really. And thought, well, it's kind of the way to go. And I mean, most of you watch, you know, a lot of the YouTubers that have got tens of thousands of subscribers, and the one thing they all generally have is a really good intro. So I thought, let's try and do something to go alongside it. Yeah, and imagine competition is rife, Scooby. I mean, the thing is that there is, you know, again, there must be thousands, tens of thousands of people that play Gran Turismo. So to be one of the leading contenders, I think, is absolutely incredible. Yeah, well, there you go, Andrew. Yeah, something to do. It's, I mean, to be honest with you, I spent most of the weekend really fiddling about with it. But yeah, you're right. The 801, when you're going round the corner, does indeed look a bit like as though it's tilting. But then, of course, you know, you've got a track that is slightly curved, and of course the East Coast main line's a lot straighter than the West Coast main line, so it was never completely necessary Ah, excellent, Christopher, yeah. I think that end of the Met line is lovely because it's like nothing else. It really isn't like the tube. It's like being out into the deep east countryside, and some of the stations as well have a kind of a branch line feel to it. Ah, good evening, Zach. Hope you are well. Definitely been to Chesham, and again I only went there because of the fact that it is on trade on Trade Sim Classic, so I tried to do as much of the end of the line I could in as much time as I had. I think it was on one day. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes, and I think that's the thing when you do these YouTube videos. You just, well, I certainly do anyway. You have like images in your mind, and brilliant. So is that was that back in the day? I take it not with the current S stock. Was that back in the day with the I've forgotten what stock they used to have on the Met line. Was it the A stock? You could probably do both though, couldn't you, Christopher? You just have to change. Is it Chalfont and Latimer, which is the most incredibly sounding posh name that I always think known to mankind out there on the Met line. Oh, so talking about it being getting cloudy here in North Staffordshire, but the sun has just poked through again, so we've now got a sunny evening again. Ah, incredible Amaze Tays. Wow, that sounds marvellous. I've only ever been in the cab of a static train. You know, I've been in the cab. I've asked a few drivers from time to time. Well, me and my mate used to do back in the, don't know, late 80s, I suppose it was, early 90s. But I've never been in the cab of a moving train. Yes, indeed. But yeah, Jeff Marshall's the master, isn't he? And again, he's got a great conversational style, and he puts them together. They're just like mini documentaries, aren't they? I love to watch them. Yeah, I think do them both. You should have the time, hopefully. Chesham's a single line, I think, from after Chalfont and Latimer, as I recall. Crikey O'Reilly, this is a bit stuttery there for a second. it briefly occurred to me actually, Christopher. I was thinking the same thing, and then I thought, no, he means in the cab of the train. Yes, indeed. Yeah, imagine getting a black cab taxi from central London to Chesham or Amersham, as you say, it would be damned expensive. I quite like it when you see these prominent YouTubers kind of bumping into each other. I'm sure there's a video where Jeff Marshall, and I don't think they really talk to each other, but I'm sure he bumps into G Loves Trains on one video. Good evening, Mersey Rail Train Simulator Route Builder. I'm absolutely fine, thank you. I hope you're well. Looking forward as well to seeing when you have an updated video on your channel as well on your Train Sim Classic Mersey Rail route. Yeah, no, definitely, Christopher. Yeah, and I forget. I think he was on 15-1. You know, as I recall. He's certainly been on quiz shows. He's been on BBC Breakfast at his time when his partner was Vicky Pipes, I think her name was. I've seen it. Well, I've seen the thumbnail for it, and I will watch it because I love the idea again where it was like she was. And I know she said in the comments, or somebody said in the comments, that she achieved it. So I thought, great idea, trying to do all the Great Western Railway trains in a day. But again, she's got a great style, and again, an easygoing style, and you know, a good fun personality. But you then look at the videos as well, the camera angles, the music, the editing. They're absolute works of art. She just makes it look so easy, and I'm sure she must put hours and hours. Okay, I'm not 100% sure she's full time now, but there seems to be a regular amount of good videos going up, and she's got a big fan base. So good luck to her, I have to say. Excellent, Andrew. It's almost like meeting royalty, though, isn't it? Bumping into Jeff Marshall, I would think. Yeah, great, Mersey Rail. I bet you find that. I'm sure you find there are some weeks where it's all systems go, and then other weeks where it just feels a little bit. Why did we get an AWS warning there? Because we got a green, didn't we? Did it just change just before us? Don't like it when things like that happen. No, we're definitely green, so we're all right. Yes. Well, I'll tell you what. If you did all the endpoints on ScotRail, then that would take a bit of time, wouldn't it? You know, sort of going up to Wick and Thurso and Aberdeen and all the other outposts that exist on ScotRail. You certainly couldn't do that in a day. Yeah, definitely, Christopher. Yeah, that's bound to be the case. You're bound to get more and more of that, I think. But there's nothing like something that's actually handcrafted, hand created. But yeah, if you've never watched a G Loves Trains video, Christopher, bit of a debate about what her actual name is. I think somebody calls her Gina in the comments, but nobody actually knows. But they are very, very good, and she's a terrific, fun personality. Now we better keep an eye out for Peterborough. We're 3.5 miles away. Yeah, there's still quite a lot of stock, isn't there? And of course, it's not going to be too far off when we're going to get to that point where there's no... Right, Georgia. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have seen that, thinking about it, yeah. Haha, just you to know. Ah, excellent. Yeah, that was like a Christmas thing, wasn't it? Excellent. Yeah, she's... And I think the thing is, one of her videos pops up, and again, just lovely tea time viewing. You know, you've got 20 minutes available, and when you're having tea, and just nice to watch. Actually, I must definitely watch that. Watch the one with the Great Western. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we'll try and make sure we stop in the platforms at Peterborough. We're going to be well early anyway, that's for sure. Don't think we need worry about not being on time. Yeah, go ahead, Christopher. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes. As my mate always says about people who know stuff, a font of all knowledge. Usually I either come racing into Peterborough high speed, or I'm braking too early. But this is okay. Oh, you're well in terms of getting the score in. Oh, that sounds like a really good score, actually. Yeah, as Scooby always says, let's hope that at some point we can continue that journey from Peterborough down to King's Cross. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it makes a change. Love the this bridge as well. I've been over this in real life when my mate for a while lived in Stilton, which is nearby, and we used to come in over that bridge, I remember, and then you head down here and there's a roundabout. I seem to remember the Peterborough Evening Telegraph, or whatever it's called, had a building somewhere around here. I think London Road's football ground isn't too far away as well, although I don't think that's on the game. Right, let's have a look at the score. 21, 339. Oh, wow. That's the first time I've had a victory over here on the... Usually I make a mess of setting the safety systems up on the Azuma. So, yeah, there we go. Oh, wow. 9 points. 9 points. That's incredible. Yeah, 1-1. Yeah, but yeah, what a close contest. Yeah, Shrewsbury to London. I mean, there used to be a direct service on the Virgin Trains, didn't there? I mean, there used to be back in the British Rail days as well. But then it's been dropped. And it really does deserve a direct service into London, even if it's only one in each direction a day. Yeah, wow. I mean, I reckon that's the closest one we've ever had. I'm waiting for the time when we do a run where it's where it's level and we get a draw. It's going to happen one of these days. But yeah, I hope that does go ahead at some point. It really does. Yeah, thank you very much. It deserves to happen, and that would be good to see again. Right, yeah. Sort of. I mean, it's half time ish, or at least it's the end of the second run, although it's only 6:30. But I'm just going to make a quick coffee, and I will be back in just a moment. Right, I'm back. I should have loaded the game up really during the time. I think Amaze Taze was saying last week, but you know sometimes it can take almost 10 minutes to get the game loaded up. There was something like that before. There was a Wrexham Shropshire. There was something very, very similar. Amaze Taze will remember probably exactly what it was called, which. Yeah, I mean, there is some odd journeys sometimes, but that would make perfect sense. And I have to say, I mean, I'm slightly closer to Stoke and Crewe than I am Shrewsbury, but there isn't much in it. So if Shrewsbury did reinstate and do that service, particularly if it was somewhat slightly unusual and we had the chance of a loco-hauled train into Euston, I'd be well up for having a ride on that, I have to say. So let's hope they win the battle. We're doing a couple of freight runs now. We're doing a class 37 on the Teesside Valley line, which I don't think I've actually ever got round to doing on the stream before. But I'm sure it was that Wrexham and Shropshire thing that operated before was I think it was a class 67 and Mark III carriages. Yeah, I suppose it's always the problem a little bit with the West Coast Main Line because it is so jam-packed. I mean, that is one thing that when the high-speed HS2 comes along, it'll presumably should ease up the capacity quite a bit. But it is true that it's heavily congested, but I'm not sure that having one train in either direction is going to make that much difference. Right, so Teesside Valley line next. So this is not the Forks timetable because oh, actually I've just realised when I looked at it earlier on I thought there was no 37.5 on, but I was only glancing at it. Oh, I wonder if actually, let me just try this then. No, I thought so. When you select it, you don't get the 37 coming up, do you? So, no, it's the original release timetable, and then it is the 37.5. So, Teesside Valley line. Yeah, I think that's Day of the Meridian. I think they're called Meridian Start. That's off Midland Main Line because because a lot of the line is electrified now on the Midland Main Line. So I think they're going for some hybrid type of train. So it'll be part electric, part diesel. And you'll be able to... they're very similar to what we've just ridden on with the LNER Azuma, the replacements on the Midland Main Line. But that releases them. They're basically Voyagers. They're exactly the same as Voyagers. Ah, okay, right. Well, maybe that's why then they obviously Network Rail obviously think it's a little bit too dynamic for them on the West Coast Main Line, I suppose. Right, so we've got, what have we got? 6 Mike 18, which is, oh, I haven't written down the time on it, have I? Tell you what, let's type it in up here instead. There we go, it's the 1810. So I presume we're going as far as Darlington actually, which is where the route goes. Yeah, we've got a new, there has been something that I think it's been approved. There's going to be a new service going up to Scotland, but I think it misses out on. I think it misses out on Glasgow, if I remember rightly, and I've forgotten where it goes to now, but I was reading about it fairly recently. So we're going to be driving a train of loaded coat wagons to Redcar. Well, it says, oh, this isn't the service. Hang on a minute. I think I've done it there where I've clicked on one train and then selected another. Teesside Valley line, timetable, original release timetable, 37.5. Teesside Valley. Ah, right. No, it was 6 might 18, wasn't it? Hang on. Let's type it in again. Yeah, I'm sure that's what I selected. No idea what's going on. I'm sure that's what it said before. Yeah, goodness knows what happened last time, but anyway, we've got the right thing up. We've got a pair of 37s. We've got 37508. And then what's the one on the back? 37502. So we are loaded. Love these industrial kind of feeling. Master key on. Put that into forward. Let's sort this thing out. One isolated. There we go. Should be as simple as that. And we should be ready to go. We are on there, aren't we? Yeah. I think Mercedes might have an advantage on me with this one because very much not used to driving this. But I mean, much as though I love the English countryside and hurtling through, you know, kind of really beautiful places. I love this kind of grimy industrial feel that, you know, is something, again, just a tiny bit different. Don't know how long we're going at 10 mile an hour for. Hopefully not too long. Yes, indeed. It's funny, isn't it? That yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm sure there's not too many people outside of Wales, you know, and okay, England as well, but who would have heard of Wrexham. But of course, nowadays with having that Hollywood backing behind the football club, yeah, as you say, they're now a global name. Everybody has heard of Wrexham. I think I mean, it is really like a Hollywood type story in many ways. That they bought such an obscure football club. You know, it's great rather than them having a share in a big Premier League team. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes two of us really. No, they're still out in use. I think those Rogo ones, I think we've seen recently on a couple of scrap trains, you know, taking some of the old Merseyrail trains. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of mid-1980s really with these liveries, but yeah, there's sort of a 70s, 80s feel about it. Yeah, we've got a slow clapper through the yard before we get to but yeah, you look at all the detail. Yeah, you never know. That would be a story, wouldn't it? They'd certainly make a film out of that if Wrexham end up in the Premier League. I mean, we've seen it happen over the years with teams, haven't we? With I think it was Watford, wasn't it, who climbed from the 4th division to the 1st division as it was then under Graham Taylor. I think Wolves actually dropped to the 4th division at one time, and I think they then made it back up to the 2nd in consecutive season, but then it took them a good few years to get back to the Premier League. Oh, it was, yeah, it was. The thing was, we had British Rail Blue in the 70s, and when sectorisation came, we thought we'd kind of gone to heaven, because suddenly all the trains had got different colour schemes and there was variety. No, I mean, they're a rare sight nowadays, but you know, these are from the mid-1950s, I think. Originally they were part of the original I forget what it was called, but there's some sort of initial diesel modernisation plan, some sort of transport plan that was put together in the 50s. Reminds me of that old Esso advert with that Tiger music that they used to use, and you know, they used to show oil refineries smoking chimneys and stuff as though it was like glamorous, and you know, nowadays it'd be massively frowned upon. And do any of you remember that Great British Railway advert. I think it was only ever shown in full once, but it's on YouTube now. But it was based on the old Night Mail poem, and absolutely brilliant. And I have to say, every time I watch it, it virtually brings a tear to my eye. It's that good. Right, now that is red for us. But I think that was kind of done, you know, in the last days of British Rail, just before privatisation came in. But you know, you got some stunning images of the Forth Bridge, and also going over the Isambard Kingdom Brunel Bridge between Devon and Cornwall, and swooping over the Fort William sleeper with a helicopter that looked as though it was about to chop the head of the train off. And you know, shots as well around some industrial yard as well. Oh, I just thought I've left the light on in the cab. That's naughty. There we go. But I must admit, when I've been on stations and you've had a load of diesel trains, and you know, just smelling the fumes, I always thought it's quite nice. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yes, good old Elton John, and there's a picture of him crying during the '84 Cup final, isn't there, when they were beaten by Everton. But there was the one thing for sure about Elton John, though, is he was no pretender at. There's probably a few puns people could come up with about songs that he's done, but he certainly was a genuine Watford fan through and through. Yeah, I think I remember that one as well, Christopher. Yeah, some brilliant old ads. Like we say about lots of things, they don't make them like they used to do. I can't say as I am massively Lee, but you know, I'm not averse to a bit of jazz. So we're waiting to get out onto the main line. And I don't know. Let's have a look at on the map. Can we see what we're waiting for? Hard to say, isn't it? Can't see anything. Hopefully it'll clear eventually. Ah, right, excellent, Scooby. Yeah, I bet that was probably like a bit of a London orientated one, wasn't it? I don't remember that one, but again, I bet it's on YouTube. I loved the the train advert as well, where it started off basically they were sitting in on a plane, and you know the whole premise of the advert was it's so much better to travel by train, and then they transferred it into a train by they said, well, it'd be so much better if you got a bit more leg room. If you got a table in front of you, oh, let's give you a view from the window. That was in the "We're Getting There" was the slogan at the time. It was sort of after "This is the age of the train." Yeah, I kind of I vaguely remember that advert, but sort of car adverts don't quite stand out probably in my mind the way they would you. Hoping the signal clears eventually. Let's ask the signaller. Denied, no route available at the moment. So, well, anyway, we've had a look at the Teesside Valley line, even if we don't go any farther than this signal. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. It's a bit like peak water. Ah, here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. Those points need to move, don't they, I think? Right, well, we've had one train anyway. Perhaps we've got to wait for another one. I think this is realistic, though, for sort of a freight service where you just wouldn't get masses of priority. I think it's still against us as far as I can gather. Have another look at these points again. Yeah, it's definitely against us, isn't it? So that suggests that there's something else coming through on that line. I kind of thought when that 101 came through then that we would have the road. So let's just try nudging up towards the signal just a tiny bit closer, because sometimes it might trigger the points and the signal interchanging. I think it is though. Ah, there we go. Ah, that's all it was. I wasn't close enough. Damn it. Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, Rick Bale. Yeah, certainly ages better than the Jimmy Savile ones. Anyway. Yeah, they're terrific fun to drive, Andrew, the 37s. So anyway, the good news is, all this slow running, we're going to, in a minute, be going a lot faster, because we've got 25 mile an hour, then we've got 60. So as long as we don't get held up anywhere else, then we should have a pretty free run. I mean, okay, this is 6:30, not 7 o'clock, but it's not too far off from the real time. But yeah, there's been some great train ads over the years, really. I mean, another famous one that they did as well in the We're Getting There series was the police train chase, and they had a Class 37, or was it a 47? No, it was a 47, wasn't it? Or was it a 37? Do you know, I'm forgetting now. But there was a police train, painted in police train livery, and they said, you know, who's ever heard of a train driver being stopped for speeding, and you know, also stopping off at the services and being held up by, they said, who's ever heard of a train jam? Yeah, definitely, Scooby, yeah. Yeah, I certainly will. I will do it. Sadly, this is a really old route, so there is no traffic on the road alongside us. Yeah, I thought so. I kind of had second thoughts because I remember there being some 47s painted in. Oh, we have got a bit of traffic. Oh, okay, they did upgrade it then. It was just that stretch a little further back. Fair enough. But yeah, it was a great advert. must at some point do a full 101 run as well, that kind of Darlington to Middlesbrough or Middlesbrough to Saltburn. Oh, there's another freight coming in as well. There it is. I was wondering where it was then. No, this is Teesside World. It's one of the older routes, so the lighting doesn't have something that's isn't quite up to the same standard, but it is Teesside World route, yeah. Ah, right, excellent, Scooby. Yeah, I think it's just the fact that it's just older, really. It's one of the earlier routes. I love the industrial feel about it. I mean, like the signals, for example, just feel slightly old school. Yeah, it's a very, very, very different era compared with now. And you know, there were some routes as well where that gave me no warning at all about an upcoming 50. But there was, you know, very much a thing that some routes weren't used all that heavily, but then British Rail were a little bit kind of deliberate strategy. I mean, you know, the same thing happened with the Settler Carlisle. They kind of wanted to close it. One of the strategies they had was to have a very basic timetable. It was sort of like, well, we're not going to run a very good service, we're not going to run a convenient service, and oh, hang on a minute, nobody's using it, we need to close the line. Ah, right, excellent, Christopher. Yeah, well, you say it's never too late. When I was in a pub with my mate last weekend, I don't know why, but we were talking to this couple. We had to mention that I got an interest in trains, and I don't know, he was talking about music, and he mentioned, I can't remember what the group was. Was the group called Blythe Power? I remember it now, because I remember the Power Flower. But he was on about, there's a song about kind of a signalman, you know, see ghosts sort of thing, you know, being in a lonely country signal box. I must give that a play at some point. But again, it's must be vastly different. You know, you think about being a signalman, say, on a line like this, and you see these old school signal boxes. There aren't that many of them around nowadays, but you compare that with like being a signaller at Charing Cross or Waterloo or one of the big stations. No, just act like it sometimes, Andrew. When my brother was younger, there was a time when he used to tell people for years that I was 21 because he could never remember the exact age. So I was 21 for a long time. I think it will happen, yeah. Ah, excellent, Christopher. Yeah, Gabowen I know very well because after my father had his accident and he ended up in Oswestry Hospital, which is at Gabowen, so we used to visit. We went to Gabowen 3 or 4 times a week. So yeah, Gabowen I know very well. Yeah, there aren't so many of the old signal boxes. Yeah, I think Scooby, I think there will be more underground routes. Hope so, anyway. I'm kind of a bit interested in that city tram simulator thing that's come out, and they've introduced buses to go alongside trains in it. And the only reason that I'm not bothered about it is because it's a fictional German city, and I don't like the idea of it being fictional. But I think somebody said that oh no, we're all right. I think somebody said that they are on about putting buses onto the Vienna route, the Venice route, which no, it was Vienna, wasn't it? Austria. Yes, indeed, Christopher. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of because of my father that we ended up where we're living now. To be honest, we had to move because he needed a bungalow. He got knocked down on a bike. There was a car turning left, overtaking him, and she was kind of not massively experienced, and she cut it into his path, and he forced him to slam on his brakes. He flew over the handlebars, and he ended up paralysed, the top half of him. All right, excellent, excellently. Yeah, keep us updated. I really am so out of tune with Formula One. See, even to say Russell, I don't even know who Russell is. You know, I've heard of Max Verstappen. I know of Lewis Hamilton and maybe one or two of the other ones, but I don't know Lewis. Yeah, the Piccadilly line would be excellent, as long as we have it with the current stop, the what is it, the 73 stop. That would be an excellent route, and that would, we need to have Dale Charman then on the channel to promote it. Yeah, I think it's unusual nowadays for it to be a. I mean, you still see them quite a bit on the, you know, on various branch lines, but it's fairly unusual to see them at a mainline station like Shrewsbury. Lovely old station, Shrewsbury. You know, again, just set high up into the air, and yeah, I love it. That'd make a nice little station on Trainsim World. I mean, we still don't know what this Crewe route is that's coming out. Maybe maybe Crewe to Shrewsbury might be part of that. It was at the time, Christopher, yeah. And I have to say though, I mean, he was a credit really, because you know, it was a horrendous time, but he never really moaned about it, and you know, occasionally he used to, you know, make a comment, oh, it's not my fault, it was that daft driver, but that was as far as it went, and he kind of got on with it really. Is that what it was, Scooby? I mean, it's just nonsense, isn't it? Because it's just nonsense. But they were just so entertaining, and the thing is, I mean, thank goodness it happened after he'd uploaded hundreds of videos, because you know, there's still loads and loads of archived stuff that's up there, but it was just very entertaining to listen to, and it took you through all the different runs and this, that and the other, so it was really, really, really good. Yeah, I think it was a massive shame. But yeah, I'd love to see him make a return on a Dovetail Games live stream with the introduction of the Piccadilly line on Trainsim World. That would be amazing. And there's kind of only so many London Underground routes that you can do really, because you know, you've kind of got the Piccadilly line if you use the current stock. There isn't ATO. You've got the Met line, you've got the District line. Oh, we've got a shunter going on there, haven't we? Actually, I better think about staying in the cab, otherwise we're going to end up hitting a buffer stop or something equally as stupid. It's supposed to be our signal. It probably is, isn't it? Kind of assume that we'd carry on slightly bit further up in the yard. But maybe another driver's going to take over here. Yeah, I won't lie, I was worried about whether we were going to make that then. Well, there we go. So I've got a gold, not a platinum. But I think there was one point where it was a bit tricky, because we had a drop in the speed limit and it didn't give me any advertising that was going to happen. Yes, indeed, Scooby. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter as long as you make it. That's the the crucial thing. So I'll just drop down the score, and then we'll hang on and wait for Amaze Taisy's score. I mean, the thing is, I can't imagine that that he just set out doing the videos without asking permission in the first place. He must have, you know, he seems like a very, very responsible type of person, so he must have got permission initially, and then without him being able to go into masses of details, then it was all taken away from him. So I'll get the game loaded up in preparation for the next run. Yeah, it's certainly is. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna make the comment. Oh, I've done some curb crawling in my time, but yeah, it's interesting though driving. Perhaps I don't know. Maybe it's more interesting to drive it than it is to watch it a little bit. But I think seeing that industrial heartland with all the smoking chimneys and the steel plant and everything going on it's quite a nice little backdrop. So I mean, as a contrast, you can do DMU runs with the old 101, and that's, you know, essentially you gain a pretty decent speed and you're stopping at quite a few stations. So we'll do that at some point. We've got another freight run coming up. He's usually he's concentrating hard just to make sure that he gets to the end of the run. We've got another freight run coming up as well, and this is the military line, military pack again. But that's again, you're always going to get secondary priority with freight trains. I mean, when we've been on the West Coast Main Line, it's been sort of, we've been able to get up to speed sometimes, but yeah, it wasn't the fastest of runs anyway. Well, I've made a note of the score anyway. As you say, Mace Tace, I don't know whether he's had a problem momentarily with his internet or whatever, but we'll crack on. So I've made a note of the score, and then we'll see. I'm sure he'll come back to us. So we're on Great Western Express. Now, the way things are heading, because I think this is only about half an hour, so we're only 25 past 7, so we're definitely, hopefully, going to get a bonus run in, which will probably be on the 2019 West Coast Main Line timetable, I think. So yeah, so we need the military line 66. And then which was the service that I suggested? It is 6 Victor 03. That's it, the 0911. So we're going Reading to Acton main line. So this is so here we are at Reading Station. So this is with the mods that we put in. Ah, right, okay, yeah, fair enough. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, I quite understand. Oh yes, of course it is, isn't it? Father's Day, isn't it, today? Yes, well, wish him all the best from us here on the stream. Still amazing looking vehicles, aren't they? And again, these interesting wagons that we've got, these KWA Warwell wagons from the 1930s. So we better get set up because we do have a green actually, so So we'll have a bit of daytime running when we get there, that's it. Instrument lights pressed. So I'm hoping particularly after the last run, I'm hoping that we get a little bit more of a clearer progression, that we're not going creeping along at slow speed. There we go, so brakes off. Some of the electrification posts are kind of in place. Of course, in reality, it's all electrified now, this line. So I think this is only about half an hour run, roughly, or thereabouts. So I think there definitely should be a chance for a bit more running, a bonus service. Yeah, possibly so. I mean, we did a run on them last week. I mean, it's a very long run actually. I think after you got, but we did a run from Carlisle down to Preston. It took a couple of hours actually, but yeah, I'll have to have a look. I've never seen them in real life, and it'd be worth try and get some photos of them somewhere. Yeah, I think sadly, Scooby, I don't think there's any plans for it to be electrified. But I think it would add tremendous value. And, you know, who knows? We've got the, I think I was probably saying this last week, but we've got the Great Western Railway licence back. I say we, Dovetail Games have. And we've got the LNER Azuma in the game. So surely they can cobble together an IET in electrified state. I think Amaze Taze was saying, well, perhaps we're going to get a line. I mean, there seems to be a suggestion about the Riviera line past Dawlish and so on, but he was saying, well, perhaps it'll be Cardiff to Paynton, something like that. Yeah, well, at least it's possible. You know, we can operate them in electrified mode, at least as far as Hayes and Harlington, anyway. I mean, in actual fact, you can do the Elizabeth line, Reading to Paddington, but I've never been keen on the idea of doing that because you're going to have the pantograph up even on these sections, and it just doesn't feel right. Yeah, well, I think the we've got kind of got the I think the Heathrow Express representation, haven't we, as a livery? Just a quick shout out as well again. I said it at the start, said it in the post, but thank you very much for all the brand new subscribers. Things have come along really nicely in the last week, and it's mainly, a lot of it's thanks to Scooby's overground past and present scenario. That seems to have gone down quite a nice treat, and the scenario, the subscription count's got up quite nicely over the last few days. So thank you very much for all the new subscribers and all the loyal existing followers as well. And but if you're watching tonight, then if you're not subscribed, then please consider doing so. I'd be tremendously grateful. And once I get up to the 750 mark, then I'm gonna kind of think, well, I'm 3/4 of the way to the 1,000. It's getting gradually a little bit easier, it has to be said. Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, this is what it should be. The understanding is from all the posts from Liam from DTG is that it's going to be set in the later days of kind of when they were still first Great Western. So I think it rules out it being completely electrified. We're going to have, there's a 166 going off on the branch line. It'd be nice to have some of the branches in as well. But I think all the expectation is it's going to be non-electrified. There's going to be a little bit more of underground services. You can drive to a couple of stations. But obviously upgraded scenery and the new lighting and bits and bobs and better scenery, better timetable. But sadly, set from a few years back. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if it was electrified, you could also do a proper Elizabeth line service. They've already got the TfL license, so it wouldn't be asking to do too much, and you'd be able to do a proper Elizabeth line train from Paddington to... I know the reality is that the regular services don't operate from the main station, but again, what's stopping them from, even if they didn't put the whole Elizabeth line in, what's stopping them from putting in the underground or the proper under subservice Elizabeth line station for the purposes of the game. I mean, I think we're almost wondering whether we're ever actually going to see the this Great Western Express remaster as well, because I think we all thought it was nearly done about a year ago virtually. They put pictures of it and showing you the work had been done and you felt it was imminent. Ah, right, okay. Scooby. What time does your race start, by the way? I take it it's not too far away. I have to say this is a better service than the one I did on the live stream the other week. Yeah, it definitely would. Definitely would. It's crying out for it, really. I mean, I've said it virtually every time I've run a service on this route, I'm sure, but I never saw the sense of the building the route as it was at the time and to put parked electrification posts in place, because it was kind of like, look, let's future-proof the thing. It's going to be electrified soon, and it could have been still relatively modern even now. I mean, sadly, I'm not sure where we're ever going to get the Heathrow Airport branch on it, but it would be good to at least get an electrified run between Paddington and Reading, and we need it to go farther as well. And I mean, Amaze Taze said last week it's a good filler route, but in the time it takes to go high speed from Paddington to Reading, you get to the end point and then you're just ready to do more. It's just not long enough. Right, well, we're restricted to 60 anyway, so I think there was a AWS for a upcoming speed reduction, but I don't think it affects us. We can't go above 60. So we've got to go via Maidenhead, so I don't think there's any no stop implicated, I don't think. We're probably a bit quieter on the stream, I would say, this week, but I think that varies a bit depending on the runs that we're doing, and I suppose the weather as well. You know, I'm sure there's quite a few people in beer gardens tonight rather than watching train simulator YouTube streams. Yeah, do you reckon that's the reason for the delay? I mean, I don't know who's been crying out for it to be electrified. I mean, we've mentioned it a few times, but you know, it kind of needs to be some of these DTG champions. Ah, I see. Right, okay. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, doesn't it? Because you did mention that earlier, didn't you, thinking about it? But yeah, I never really thought of it. I was thinking you meant there was a kind of a gaming F1 version of the race, and then it was your race. But of course, yeah, you're obviously car fanatic, so you do it after the F1 race. It's yeah, it kind of is. It's gone quite muggy. It was slightly murky when we started. The sun's come out a bit. We've got I've had to close the curtain because of the sun, but yeah, it's quite stuffy actually. Yeah, I'd love it to be like something like that to happen. I mean, that's one of my criticisms of Dovetail games, because you know, it's like, when are they gonna go beyond expectation? And you know, it's kind of like they always say, it's, you know, let's push the boat out a little bit, and it's say, right, well, we've had a lot of people asking for it, so we've done this, rather than it's kind of like, right, it's taken a hell of a long time, but here it is. I mean, the same to a certain extent was true of the ATS route, because obviously everybody was crying out for it to be extended to Crewe, but I kind of get that. That's their first route. And they've obviously had no end of problems. I mean, it's been like a soap opera reading the forums and some of the posts that were put up there around Christmas time from Kes. But just occasionally, you just like DTG to deliver more than what they've promised, and then I think that would give people a nice feel. Yeah, so we're definitely not going to get the result of your race tonight. So what I'll say is, perhaps yeah, give us give us a nod in the comments once your race is finished and let us know how you got on tonight. And as I said earlier, very best of luck. Yes, indeed. And of course, you kind of belong in both categories, don't you? You're very much a petrol head and train enthusiast as well. Well, I mean, Amaze Tasers as well, isn't he? And of course, I know you very much into your cars, Christopher. Yeah, great. Yeah, no, I meant Scooby's race, Lee. So I'm kind of more interested on how Scooby goes on in Gran Turismo than I am in the result of, the Formula One race. In all honesty. Yes, indeed, Lee. Yeah. I figured what you meant. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be open to The only one I don't want to do is this particular route because it's we've done quite a few last runs. All right. Oh, sorry to hear that, Mace Taze. Well, hope things all right with you. Yeah, all the best, and yeah, take care. Yeah, I'll be thinking of you. Yeah, as ever, thanks for tuning in. Much appreciated. Sounds slightly suggestive, that, doesn't it? Hot hatches, I don't know why. Yeah, all the very best, anyway, may say. Good evening, Mark. Hope you're well. Yes, indeed. How it goes sometimes, it varies a bit. Good question. Very good question, Andrew. I mean, I've got no idea. Yeah, I don't know if work out anything from the from that. But yeah, it's a fair old wait. Ah, thank you, Mark. That's very kind of you to say so. Yeah, thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, we try and while away the time a little bit on a Sunday evening, and hopefully just show off the best that is there available on Trades World. Usually UK. I mean, I've ventured into the Netherlands and Germany a couple of times, but mainly UK focused. I just can't imagine buying an electric vehicle, but you know, it's going to have to come, isn't it, for all of us at some point. Yes, that's very true. Yeah. I mean, I think the way the with the news headlines and all the stuff that's going on in the world at the moment, I'm not sure everybody was exactly massively enamoured to see you know, a new piece of DLC carrying army vehicles, but of course, this has got this mod on them, so that's why we've got the one that came out with the pack didn't have any guns on them at all, but they've this is a great mod again from the Trades and Community website. There is an electric Formula, isn't there now? Which I've seen, you know, a few clips of, but seems very, very, very strange. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, we got a yellow. Ooh, heck. Wasn't expecting that. We didn't get a double yellow, did we? So why have we suddenly got a single yellow? Although, that's a green ahead of us, isn't it? It's green, isn't it? That was a random yellow. We didn't get a double yellow. And then we're straight to green, I'm sure of it. Yeah, I get the impression you don't like electric cars, Scooby. And and I don't think your mind is going to be moved on that one. Yeah, this is the this is Airport Junction. This is where the Heathrow Airport branch trains come in. So this is properly electrified now all the way to Paddington. Although we're going to stop just short of that at Acton Yard. Absolutely, Christopher. Yeah. Yes, I was there that way. Well, I was very close to there very recently when I had the had my car serviced a few weeks back. Still crying over the expense of it, but I was at Luca's BMW. Used to be nights. I mean, they were all right, but I always feel as though nights were brilliant. I kind of preferred nights in a way. I don't know why. They seemed a bit more on top of things. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, having said that, they do look absolutely brilliant, and there's nothing to compare with them. So it's nice to have some variety. But let's just hope that we don't see them used too much in the real world. I thought we were limited to 60 driving this thing. I'm sure we are. So I think the game's kind of dropped a clanger here because it's given us an 85 mile an hour speed limit. Yeah, I've got a cousin who's got an Aston Martin, and he took us round and about on the around here when he visited us a couple of years back. He was very much hanging on to the edge of your seat stuff. But you know, soft spot for the Aston Martin because of James Bond. Still makes me laugh that I thought you were called the N8 bit, I guessed, you know, for the kind of postcode wise, but I did think you were Scooby originally because you were a big Scooby-Doo fan from, you know, years ago, rather than realising that it was a nickname for a car. Yeah, it could be. It could be. And I mean, I'm loath to do it, but there are scenarios where you kind of have to spend ages shunting, and you've kind of got keep resetting points and goodness knows what. So it's, in a way, it's fairly fun, but I'm not sure it'd be a massive amount of fun, you know, visually. But although it wasn't a fast run, I did enjoy the run on the in the northeast, and that industrial setting. Yeah, good evening, Benley. I'm driving the 66 and we're using the military line pack. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Ah, right, okay. Ah, I see. Wow. Oh, there we go. Getting a bit of information. Ah, right, okay. So it is partly to do with Scooby-Doo as well. Right, okay, fine. I probably said before, but I have happy memories of watching Scooby-Doo in the 70s with my sister on a Saturday morning before Noel Edmonds' Saturday Swap Shop, of course. Yeah, my pleasure. Benji. Sorry, I called you Benley then, didn't I? Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for watching. And if you've not subscribed already, if you consider doing it, I'd be tremendously grateful. But yeah, thanks for that. This was supposedly going to be the last run, but we're only at 8 o'clock, and we do like to get 4 hours in, so we've definitely got at least one more run yet. Yeah, I'm a bit boring, I'm afraid, Benji. I work in the world of insurance, so that's a conversation stopper generally. Ah, thank you very much, Benji. That's really appreciated. Thank you. Oh, excellent. It's mad, really, because only last weekend I only just broke 700. So to get up to 732 in that time is incredible, really. I spoke to my mate yesterday, the one I was with last weekend, and he said to me, "Oh, have you got past the 700 yet?" Like, and I said, "I certainly have, mate." And you know, at that point, I'd got 722, I think it was. So yeah, wow! I can't believe how quickly it's gone up to 732. I know, Christopher, I know, and you know too. I mean, having said that, I mean, sometimes it sounds a lot more boring than it really is. It can be quite entertaining. And stressful as well, I won't be honest. Yeah, that's a good question, Benji. Yeah, I do like the Aventras. You know, for as modern stock goes. It's funny to be talking about train families, because that kind of never used to be. That never used to be a thing, really. It was kind of like, you know, what sort of train do you like the best? But you know, now we've got things like the IET, haven't we, as well? With that's a train family, I guess. Ah, good evening, Charles. It's got to be, well, in terms of UK stuff, it's got to be the 86, isn't it? It's got to be an 86. It's got to be the 86 of Just Trains, and then it's got to be Alan Thompson's Manchester commuter route. And I mean, some bits. I mean, I won't be buying the E94, but Well, that should do us for this run. I like it, Christopher. I like it. So we'll note the score anyway. 8855. It's there. Shame that Amazetays can't continue tonight. I was joking the other day actually when I was looking at you know, a case I was dealing with and adding all the bits and bobs up for it, and I say I could never have been an accountant. Yeah, it's a good question actually. I can't remember if we've asked Scooby about that before. So we'll get things loaded up again. Well, unless anybody's got any better suggestions, I was going to do a Pendolino. I'd do the 2019 timetable, Euston to Milton Keynes, because always I think is nice to do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's another group, isn't it? These days, Electrostars, and again, you know, I quite enjoy driving them on the train game. I do like the trains in and around Kent, and I'd love to see a Train Sim World version of something like Charing Cross, and that would be brilliant. Well, I'm very much in North Staffordshire, so I'm on the West Coast Main Line, so it's a question of Pendolinos on for the main line, Voyagers for cross country, Class 350s mainly for the stopping services. We get East Midlands trains for the ones going off to Derby and stuff, and that's usually a 170 nowadays. Oh, well, there you go. Well, I was going to do Euston to Milton Keynes, which kind of is London, but we've had Christopher says London, and Benji says 7:10. We haven't really got a 7:30. We've got a 7:30 or representation of a 7:30 on the Cross City line, but yeah, let's do a 7:10 then. We'll do let's do a Euston to Watford Junction service. Why not? Excellent, Scooby. Do you know, it's one of those things, and you know, nowadays, getting the age I am, I've probably forgotten more than I can ever remember. So you've probably told us before, but oh, I see what you mean. No, we don't actually. Not here. I think they are confined to West Midlands Railway, I think. So more sort of Birmingham. I'm kind of North Staffordshire, so my closest stations are Stoke, Stoke-on-Trent and Crewe. This could almost be, where time allows, it'd be quite nice to constantly have a final run where you get to choose. Tell you what, we'll do an early morning-ish one, I think. Let's do the what's the earliest one from Euston that's on here? We'll do the 0626. Oh, that would be incredible, Scooby. I'd be the most jealous man left on earth. I mean, sadly, I think I've said before, but although I know that they do accept sunglasses. They accept glasses to an extent, but you do have to have a pretty good eyesight without glasses as a new driver anyway. So yeah, that would be incredible. Well, there you go. So you wouldn't have to worry then about this being on Train Sim World. Well, speaking of London Overground, that's the key in. You'll be able to show us how it's all done then. You'll be able to say, no, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be putting this into operation.
Operational.
Oh, that is amazing, Scooby. Ah, right, I see, Benji, yeah. Ah, okay, what is it you code? Is that like gaming then, is it? All right, yeah, it has recorded that, yeah, 226. Hopefully it's stabilised. Yeah, hopefully it'll be all right. We just occasionally we've had rather weird things happening where the frame rates have dropped, but hopefully that was just a temporary blip and just a slightly dodgy. Oh, excellent, Benji. Now I'm determined that for once, when we approach Southampton, Primrose Hill area, that I'm gonna get it right, this speed limit, because I always end up hurtling down that bank towards the tunnel, and then we're going too fast. People ask me this, and I said on the somebody asked me this on a video the other day. I mean, it's quite old, it's about 5 years old, but I can never remember, I can't tell you off the top of my head what processor it is. It's old, it's 5 years old now, and I don't play it in 5K because 5K. I don't play it in 4K because the telly I've got and the monitor I don't think support 4K anyway. So it's fairly old. It looks pretty decent, and I've got one thing I have got installed is God mode, which I think helps to brighten it up. Yeah, I will. That's me task for this week. I've got me intro sorted now, so yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. Do you know, I can't even remember if it is Windows 11. I think it is. Somebody was asking me that the other day at work, whether it was Windows 11 supported. Oh, you're bit too technical for me there, Benji, I'm afraid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it won't take me long. Yeah, promise I'll do that. I think it does. It definitely does improve it, God mode. I can remember playing it before I put it in, and you've kind of got. It's good to have the variety of bits and pieces that you can do as well. There we go. I've remembered the 30 reduction of the speed for once. Yeah, oh, I don't know. Well, I haven't got any more notices of drop frames. I had 226 overall, so it seems pretty steady. Love this section through here. I mean, back in the day, I think it was the 501s that they used to operate. The old, they used to have bars across the windows, because literally, if somebody put the head out of the window here, you'd have your head chopped off. Yes, indeed. Yeah, good old rumbelows. It'll be a while before I'll be upgrading it, I have to say. And like Amaze Tay says, the way to do it is to do it yourself, and not not buy something out of the off the shelf, but just to upgrade it yourself and do it gradually. That's what he's doing, and that's the way I'll do it, gradually anyway. Because I think you'll end up with a far better spec computer anyway. I use OBS Studio. And I mean, before September, I mean, I've been doing the YouTubing since a couple of years now, kind of December 2023. But this was I started doing live YouTubing when Racing World 5 came out last September. Yeah, so I understand. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, yeah. I know. Sadly, not, I'm afraid. No, if it breaks down, the stream goes, but Yeah, absolutely. There is another one, isn't there? But I think it's made by a sister company. I can't remember. I've forgotten now what that's called. But there's it seems to be one or the other. But I have to say, it does a pretty good job. I mean, this is the most taxi route on train sim world anyway, this West Coast Main Line. I mean, it is so busy. And Euston itself, I'm not sure that it was greatly optimised when it was done, because you've got Victoria in the game on the London-Brighton route. You've got Clapham Junction on the game, but both of those you have no issues with. It seems to be Euston. Yeah, well, they're very modern, aren't they? And I like the 378s as well. But, of course, all this modern style of, you know, no seats in the middle, and it's all ideal for standing. I mean, there is a mod that puts the automated announcements in the game, and it's really good, but I'm a bit loath to use it on the stream, because I've heard one or two comments about copyright and stuff. One of the people who actually did the voiceovers in real life was moaning about them on one. Yeah, that's right. That's what I was thinking of. Streamlabs. Yeah, I know quite a few people use Streamlabs, don't they? Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, I have to say, this is, from a train sim point of view, this was always one of my dreams, that we had a route emanating out of London Euston, because you know, it's just absolutely exciting, and I love some of the detail that they put in. We just passed the Alexandra Road estate flats, which again modelled absolutely brilliantly. Oh, agree, Benji. Yeah, that's definitely one again, and there's some sort of worry from Dovetail Games about busy routes, but that would be such an exciting place to come out of Waterloo. I'd love, I mean, some people have said, oh, perhaps, you know, Waterloo to Basingstoke or something, but personally I'd love to see a bit of the South Western Rail network, you know, things like the Kingston Loop, what is it, Cheshunt, and, you know, there's various places around the network that they could really make it interesting. Yeah, definitely, and you know, it's a bit of a niche market, the heritage lines, and West Somerset Railway is lovely, but again, it's a little bit on the slow side. You're trundling along at 25 mile an hour. That's the only kind of bad thing about it. Ah, good evening, Southwestern. How are you? Well, there you go. That's bang on cue. We were just talking about Southwestern Railways, and then Southwestern comes on. Yeah, glad to welcome you again. Hope you're doing well tonight. This is a kind of a bonus run really, because we've got a bit of time on our hands today. Yeah, and I think I've mentioned, haven't I? But we've got Shrewsbury to Cardiff on Train Sim Classic, but not obviously on Train Sim World. I'd love to see the other bit done though, so that we could do that bit from Manchester Piccadilly into to Shrewsbury really. Excellent. Yeah, it must have been the mention of the word Southwestern, and it was like, right, here we go. Was your Alexis or wherever it was? Did it say, hang on a minute, Power Flowers here? Yeah, is that 11 at the moment? Yeah. I mean, it's been slightly on the quiet side tonight. Yeah, I mean, overall we've had 251 views, and but yeah, 11 is the concurrent peak, I believe. It's great how it gives you all the stats and everything, and you know, look back on, you can see all the different people that have watched from all over the world. Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. The stupid thing is, I bought it a couple of Christmases ago. It was in a bit of a sale, and I bought it because I wanted. There was the Southwestern line from Bristol Temple Meads that somebody had done an upgrade on. So I've never actually driven on it. I've seen it on streams, but I must have a go on it sometimes. Yeah, it's a cracking part of the route, to be honest, Chris. But yeah, and, I mean, the funny thing is, again, on Train Sim Classic, we have this section of the line as well. But I've probably driven it once or twice. It wasn't the most exciting, but when you've got this level of detail, it really brings it to life. And the fact that you've got this full timetable, you've got a overground train running every 15 minutes, you've got the Bakerloo line services coming in and out like mad, and you can pick absolutely any time of the day, morning or night. So yeah, it's great. And of course, once we get to Wembley Central, then we'll kind of move over, and the main line will be coming through on the right. But this is why this West Coast Main Line South route it's like three routes in one, really, because you know you have got the ability of doing the Pendolino runs, which are great fun as well. But you've got the Bakerloo line, you've got the Overground line, you've got the 350 as well, which is entertaining to drive, and you can substitute a 378 now on this route as well. Now when I get round to editing it, I've got a bit of a special lined up as well with some of the stuff that I recorded when I was at London a couple of weeks back. So, but I won't spoil the surprise until we get it uploaded. Yes, that's right, Southwestern. Yeah, that's a route I've got for Trade Sim. Well, Trade Sim Classic. It certainly does the bit up to Cardiff anyway. You've got like kind of Bristol Parkway through to Cardiff. Try shutting the right doors, Mr. Powerflower. Yeah, we'll see how we're going on. Where are we now? We're 8:30. Yeah, we might have a chance for a quick run on the Bakerloo. Ah, right. That is a shame. Yeah, I looked for that a little while back as well. I think they obviously sell out very, very quickly. But yeah, I'd love to do one of those runs. Again, I think there's a good Jago Hazard video where he covers that. I mean, I'll probably shoot past one of these stations, but the brakes on this thing are so intuitive. I mean, bear in mind we've just driven a Class 66 at a heavy freight loco, but this is completely the other end of the scale. This is summertime for you, isn't it? We're looking at 10 to 7 in the morning, and it's as light as anything. But yeah, I think they're very, very popular. Also, the steam on the Metline as well when they come around again. Yeah, glad to hear it. I mean, I suppose I've had phases in my life where I won't say I went off trains. I've never gone off trains, but I can think of a period where kind of football took over a little bit, following football more than trains. And it kind of wasn't until I can remember though being so excited when Microsoft Train Simulator came out, and I think that was Millennium time, and that really got me back interested in it. And then Train Sim Classic came on, which was a level above it, and now this. But I mean, yeah, obviously, hopefully Scooby becomes a real train driver, but in it's something I will never be able to do. Who knows, I might perhaps be able to do one of those driver experience days or something at some point, but I'll never be a full. So this is the next best thing. And I think you look at like certainly the real cab view videos on YouTube, and sometimes even non-train fanatics love it as well, because it's like, oh, I travel on that route regularly and it's lovely to see it from the front of the cab. Yeah, well, the trouble is you had to sell one kidney for the to go on the thing earlier in the year. Now you've got to sell your other one. Heck, howls bells. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But it's kind of, it works out lovely because, and this is kind of why me and Amazed Tays and, all the community get so excited about these roadmaps and, all the development, because it's a game that there is a lot going on with. There's always something new coming out and something to look forward to. Here's another Bakerloo line train. But yeah, when I stopped at Wembley a couple of weeks back, I've done a piece to camera standing outside Wembley Central Station. That'll make it in when we do the video. In fact, there's two videos involving Wembley Central. It's I've recorded the TSW bit of it anyway. I think it's lovely to drive these services. I mean, in a way, it's nice that you don't have to change the time because it's summertime, but it's much nicer see these routes in the sunshine, I think, than the pouring rain. Of course, you can make it cloudy and horrible, but it's lovely to see it like this. Sadly, it's not like this all the time, is it, in the UK? But oh, I know. Yeah. Luckily, I've got most of them Southwestern, but I haven't got the latest Valenta pack. I mean, I know Tom, Train Sim TV Tom says that's the best thing that's ever come out for Train Sim Classic, but yes, that did occur to me actually, Christopher. Yeah, I was thinking about that, and yeah, we'll have to try and link that into the name of the stream. I think next week it'll be the day after the summer solstice or something, but we'll see. Yeah, it's kind of not exactly the countdown to Christmas, but yeah, after that we're slowly, aren't we, going slightly backwards, 10 minutes every week. But I do. This is the best time of the year, though. I love the early part of summer. I was watching the World Test Championship cricket on the telly yesterday from Lords, and I must admit it's a while since I've kind of sat down and watched Test match cricket for a while, and you know, it's just such an unhurried pace. I love it. And you know, see cricketers playing in whites as well, rather than the all the pyjama stuff. Yeah, it looks absolutely incredible, Southwestern, I have to say. It does look good. I really like it. Ah, excellent. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Oh, you'll have to take a few photos. But yeah, I do like that city. As I said, the only thing that puts me off a little bit is the fact that it's it's not a real city. I think that's a shame. I kind of, even though if it was a German city, I wouldn't know it actually anyway. I don't know, it just puts me off a little bit. But I love the idea that you've got trams and buses, and I can't imagine I'm ever going to be a bus simulator kind of person, but I'm kind of half tempted. And I mean, I've heard that the buses are going to come into the Vienna route, so if they upgrade that, which I already own, then I'd be delighted. Actually, I love that route. It's quite fun to drive the trams around there. Yeah, absolutely. And I'd kind of forgotten because, to be honest, I haven't really got too many. Well, I haven't got any cricketing fans these days. Friends these days. There was somebody that I used to go to cricket with many years ago, but I've probably not been a test match now in 25 years. But great day out it used to be. Now, I was kind of thinking, because we were watching you know, at Lords on the telly yesterday, but I've only ever been to Lords once, and that was to watch England against Pakistan on a glorious Sunday, and yeah, it's just so chilled out. You don't even have to watch every single second on it, and you can get involved in a really deep conversation about something, or just talking rubbish like I generally do, and it's just such a great day. And then, you know, there are moments in the game where you really get fixated on the game, and little phases. It's there's nothing to beat it. Yeah, to be honest with you, Southwestern, much as though I'm not crying out for it, if we got, I mean, I've seen that OMSI, and it looks half decent, but I can't bring myself to get myself involved in that because it's too old. But if we had a bus simulator which was in and around the streets of London, I would buy it on day one. And again, I can't say as I've sit watching them for ages, but there's some quite chilled out videos of bus rides in and around central London, and again, it's just fascinating. I definitely like I'd definitely like there to be, you know, say, I'd love the Manchester tram network, for example. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was the same, but you know, I know it's the old cliche, and it's, you know, it's headquarters and everything, but just to be sitting there and seeing, you know, see the famous Lord's Pavilion, and there was just that, having only done it the once, there was that genuine sense of, wow, you know, this is incredible. And I've been to, I've probably watched more test matches at Edgbaston more than anything. I've been there a number of times. I've been to Headingley once. Nearly made it to the Oval, but that was another story. That involved trains, but we didn't quite make it because we were delayed on the train and the game finished early. I've been to Trent Bridge and Old Trafford, but those were like the old Sunday League games. I've never watched a test match there. Yeah, and I've seen the I've seen some of the OMSI videos of London, and it looks good. It does look good, and again, appreciate the effort that went in. But it's kind of a bit like when we talk about the graphics with Train Sim Classic. If anything, the graphics on OMSI are a stage back. They're not even as good as Train Sim Classic. So kind of can't bring myself to get involved in it. It'll happen. There will be a bus simulator somewhere in the UK at some point. I'm quite sure about that. I think what I'll probably do is when we get to Watford Junction, we'll do a Bakerloo line service, but it'll be a bit of a short one because we'll do a Stonebridge Park to Queen's Park. Oh, excellent. Southwestern. Yeah, I've seen some of the streams on the trucking, and again, I kind of can't imagine myself getting involved with it. But again, daft as it sounds, oh, hang on. No, we'd already locked them, hadn't we? Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the cool thing about this city tram. Hey, up, we've got the doors. No, locked. Oh, left door's locked. There we go. That's the cool thing about this city transport simulator, in that you could drive a bus on it and you could also hop into a tram. But that's what I want to be able to do at some point. Get the train to Euston Square and then get the bus to St Pancras, something like that. And as I say, much as though I'm not, you know, I'm not into really the idea of trucking particularly, but if somebody come up with, say, you know, you could say, right, you could do Spaghetti Junction, and it looks like it does in real life, hopefully without some of the delays, I'll probably be up for that. I mean, this is partly why with TSW, you know, we're kind of constantly excited about stuff that's coming out, and you want the next thing, you want the whole of the UK to be done in all the eras, and you know, the reality is that's probably not going to happen. And you know, when we kind of get to the point where I forget, Amaze Tays have got a name for it, but it's kind of like where you could source, you know, you can imagine all the buildings, and most of the, I mean, the landscape's already kind of loaded in kind of automatically, but if you get to the point where it's pretty real and you've got all the buildings loading in kind of auto-generated, then you would hope it's going to get a lot quicker. Actually, it's probably done me a favour doing this run as well, because I'm looking for a point for the opening titles. My clip of the 710, I want a point where you could see the 710 passing a Bakerloo line train, so I can kind of look at this time service and then work out where it happens. And again, I mean, much as though, you know, graffiti is a scourge of modern life,
Behind the yellow line until your train has come to a halt.
you know, the fact that it's been done on the game is kind of pretty good, really. And again, you know, you kind of go a little bit there and it's like, oh, that looks a bit vague. But then you look at the station building. Hatch End never sounds, I don't know, doesn't sound the nicest of places. Might be lovely, I don't know. I mean, we are kind of getting more into suburbia. Am I right in saying, is that one of the new intermodal wagons? I didn't know that was already integrated into this timetable. I might be wrong on that. But you know, much as though it was exciting, you know, back in the 1980s having a Commodore 64, you know, nothing quite matches this, really. And it'll only get better. There will be better train simulator stuff in the future, no doubt. I mean, I dread to think how much I've spent on Train Sim Classic over the last, you know, it is over 18 years though. And you know, it's kind of like less than most people would spend on a typical night out in the pub, so I suppose it's all relative. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll try and what we'll look for. Oh, hang on. Keep forgetting whether I'm locked or unlocked now. Just lock them, you stupid thing. yeah, Carpenter's Park. Then we've got Bushy. Then we've got the little section to Watford Junction via Watford High Street. So when we get to Watford Junction, we'll look for a nighttime run then from Queen's Park to not Queen's Park, from Stonebridge Park to Queen's Park. So it'll be shortish, but yeah, it'll be a nice way to end the stream. I mean, I think now that, you know, we've kind of built up the views a little bit, then maybe one week I'll kind of say, right, I'll decide what the first run is and then let everybody decide for all the other runs. I don't think there's no doubt about it. It's got to be Train to World 6. To be honest, football seasons come and football seasons go. I shall be excited when it's the World Cup. I still quite like the old Community Shield as well, although, you know, I'm old school, so I'll still call it the Charity Shield. But I shall kind of enjoy that. I like these showpiece occasions, although rarely does the Community Shield. It's very rarely much of a match. But yeah, I can't say as I get overly excited about. I always feel as though one season finishes and then the next one is here before you know it. Oh, we missed that one, that Pendolino racing through. I mean, there used to be a time when I'd religiously watch Match of the Day, and I don't necessarily just mean when Stoke were in the Premier League. I mean, in times before that, you know, I think of the early 90s, I would never miss Match of the Day every week, but I can honestly say I can go more or less a whole season and not be that bothered. I can't remember that many times watching live matches, and I'm a bit old school as well. I still like the FA Cup, and I like the FA Cup weekends, and people will always say it's not what it used to be, etc, etc, but it still produces magic moments year on year, and I like the fact that it's confined to, you know, sort of 4 or 5 weekends of every year. And I love the fact that we had somebody new in it as well, with the Crystal Palace being successful. I thought that was lovely. And hopefully, from your point of view as well, with Shrewsbury the next season, it's going to be a much more interesting season. I suppose it depends what shape the team are generally. I mean, you kind of feel as though, you know, again, looking from afar, I know you follow them quite closely, but sometimes when you've kind of dropped really badly, then it's not that easy to bounce back. I know. Well, I always feel as though I think the summer sports, okay, you've obviously got the cricket that carries on well into September, but I think you pretty much have Wimbledon, the British Grand Prix, the Open Golf Championship, and then the football season starts all over again. I know Sky Sports always make a big thing on Sky Sports News about, you know, oh, the new fixture list is coming out, and they're constantly publishing it, aren't they? Saying, right, the draw for this competition is such, and they get so excited about it. I'm finally gonna, as well. I mean, I've still got a Sky Sports subscription, but I'm gonna knock it in the head because I have found an alternative, and you know, you've got hundreds of channels and whatnot. So I've been a Sky subscriber since 1992. So I watched the very first Premier League match on Sky, but no more. It's too much. Again, you know, you could be in the countryside here. Oh, excellent! To the Mornflake Stadium. I mean, it's kind of trains and football all in one, isn't it? Because you could easily get the train and then walk to the ground. It's so close. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it, Charles? Yeah, you could literally. I mean, it's interesting as well because it's on the junction. You've got that bit where you've got the main line as well, so yeah, there's everything to play for there. Never thought of that actually when I did that ride into Watford Junction. I filmed at Watford Junction, but yeah, that's a good shout actually. Bushy would be a good place to do a bit of filming. I mean, you can hardly believe when you're doing this section that you're part of, you know, you're not that far from central London. Well, I'm kind of a bit out of it really in terms of knowledge these days. As I say, I'm only a bit of a part-time viewer. I mean, how will Manchester City bounce back from kind of doing so badly? You know, it's a boring answer to say Liverpool will be the favourites again. Yeah, I don't think Pep Guardiola will exactly like the fact that they lost their place right at the top of the tree at the helm. Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise you. And, you know, it's kind of before my time. I mean, okay, it was after I was born. I was only 2, you know, the famous Dennis Law back heel for Manchester City of all people when they relegated Man United, but yeah, people, who knows? I just hope. My only wish for the Premier League is that it's more of an exciting season than the one we just had. Because for somebody to run away with it, it's just boring. You want it to come down to the last day of the season, the last minute of the season, and you know, those moments we've had in the past with Arsenal, Liverpool, when Michael Thomas won the title, and you know, the Aguero one with Manchester City and QPR. Those are, and also the Blackburn Rovers one as well. And those are the moments you remember forevermore, really. I mean, I wasn't, you know, I was quite pleased for Liverpool that they won it, because you know it's been a while. Cracky, it's going to be overtime with this Bakerloo line run, isn't it? Hopefully it's double time. Those sounds as well when you're coming into the station, and the wheel flange, and you know, it's trains are just such noisy old beasts, and the clonking, the clacking, the clackety sound going over the points, it's just so evocative. I think probably not. I mean, I'm concerned with Stoke, because we've kind of had a few seasons now, and again, you know, I don't follow them anywhere near as much as I used to do, but we've just had a few seasons where we just about hung on in the Championship. So, you know, it's like people say, oh, they won't go down, they won't go down, they won't go down, and okay, they didn't last season, but there aren't really any signs of us getting any better, so yeah, a bit concerned. Well, there you go. That was a thoroughly great run. So we'll have a quick go on the Bakerloo line, and then we will call it a day. So we've got a Watford Junction to East Croydon service there. Okay, it's not in service at the moment. Yeah, you never know. You get some odd things happening, don't you? And both positive and negative. I mean, I remember that first Premier League season where most people had Norwich City down as contenders to be relegated, and they very nearly won the title. So you know, you get odd things happening, don't you? And maybe, who knows? Yeah, perhaps they've had their moment of glory. Right, there we go. That was that one. So yeah, just it'd be a quick run. This again, I'll close the game down, because it's just such a buggy little game that if you keep doing runs, particularly on the West Coast Main Line South, there's always a chance that it'll crash on you. So we'll quickly load this up. Oh, I know. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the next thing, isn't it? It's like, right, okay. Not only can you drive the train in Train Sim World 5, but you could drive the rail replacement bus as well. Yeah, so we'll do this quickly, and then it literally will be off to bed then. And amazing, it's still light looking outside, but again, it's, as you say, we're just approaching the longest day. But the sandwiches are all made for tomorrow. My usual exciting. Actually, I'm saying the sandwiches are made. Oh yes, I did. Yeah, yeah. No, I put chicken on, didn't I? I was going to say usually it's a ham sandwich, but we've run out of ham, so it's chicken. The shirts are all ironed for tomorrow, so not too much to do. Oh, I know, and I forget the odds. You know, something like 5,000 to 1, wasn't it? And you know, of course, Gary Lineker, Claudio Ranieri appointed, and of course he said, you know, what a lazy choice that is. If Leicester City win the Premier League title this season, I'm going to present Match of the Day next season. You know, naked. And of course, what happens? They won the title, but I mean, it's one of the magical stories though, that, and loved it. I mean, I've really enjoyed this season. Newcastle United winning the League Cup, because again, it's just lovely to see that joy after so many years. It was the same with Leicester winning the Premier League, with Crystal Palace winning the FA Cup. Spurs as well, you know, after their long wait for a trophy. It's just magical. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you were saying about Man United, and you know, I've got nothing personally against Man United, but it's just that they've won trophies, and it's yeah, well, that's what we expect. Same with Manchester City. That's what we expect to happen. They should be winning trophies. So there's no. It's not special to the supporters anymore. Right, we'll do the OTS one this time. So, because I think we've got a greater timetable. So we wanted a nighttime run. I can look at all this stuff. Yeah, it's probably what it's going to be. Oh no, we don't want that. 18 minutes, that'll do. That'll be Queen's Park to Stonebridge Park. So 1 minute past midnight. I'm not sure yet, by the way, but the 1,000 subscriber special, when we get that far, I'm gonna have to try and do all the routes, all the UK routes on Train Simulator, and you know, it might take a weekend to do it, but we'll see. Yeah, it will. Yeah, you could almost expect to hear the rowdiness. I think there was a Train Sim scenario on Train Sim Classic out of Liverpool Street where they called it the Vomit Express or something. amazing how you forget the different controls. The thing I always forget with this thing as well is this rather important thing, which is to switch the lights on. I mean, just out of interest. Oh yeah, oh we're full. Yeah, you really should see people. Oh, wait a minute. Next season, well, who knows? Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah. As I say, it's quite nice just having a little bit of extra time to, you know, do something a little bit different. Yeah, they should. Yeah, I've been on the Bakerloo line. I wouldn't say in a drunken state, but certainly kind of this time of the night when I've stopped at Wembley. Because when I've stopped at the Wembley Premier Inn, it's kind of, it doesn't matter massively whether you get off at Wembley Park on the Met line or whether actually I've got me, yeah, headlights were on, yeah, or if you get off at Wembley Central, it's kind of neither of them's that close to it. The absolutely closest station, and it's right on it, is the Wembley Stadium station on the Chiltern main line from Marylebone. But I've only ever had one experience of getting the train in from there, and it was absolutely rammed and standing room only. So I've kind of thought against it since. But yeah, it's quite nice how we've got the nighttime effect, and it's lit up quite nicely. So I think we'll have to as well. I'm not sure if we do, but I was going to say in reality this service would go into the depot. Yeah, again, those red lights fooling you, that's on the main line. Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see them standing as well, isn't it? Because when we did that 7:10, you know, you get it pretty full and loaded with passengers, but you don't have them standing. Sadly, the passengers going on and off the trains are a bit broke at the moment, so you won't find anybody getting off, I think you'll find. Unfortunately. This is the 2019 timetable, that's why we've got a 378. But talk about little and large there. probably breaking all the rules of the book about sounding my horn at that point. This is with the sound mod installed as well, because again I think I mean I couldn't have worked it out, but people said when it was first released the sounds came from the 455. Again, you get these funny shots of these signals, and you know, if you're a real driver, you'd be acutely aware of the angle and everything else. Yeah, I think it's faster, isn't it? I think it's faster. It's kind of one of those that, you know, if you've got enough time on your hands, it's quite nice to do the Met line, but if you're in a bit of a rush, it probably will be the Chiltern line. Probably be an Aylesbury service, won't it, I suppose, if it's Chiltern main line. Is that 710 in the? That's not in the bay platform, is it? I think it might be. I bet that's hardly ever used. But again, I mean, this is based on a. That's in the bay platform. I wonder if that's going off to the carriage side. That might be like a Goblin line train or something, and it's gaining access to the depot. Yeah, it is good on this route. I mean, a lot of the a lot of the routes doesn't really do it justice, but it's kind of captures London quite nicely, and the lighting. Whereas a lot of it's just kind of pitch black, and I think it makes a bit of sense to to do the last service sort of thing, the last run of the day in the stream. If we're going to do a nighttime one. Oh right, well done. Oh, there you go. That's a good starting point. Second in the grid. The very, very best of luck, and I'll look forward to reading the results. I'll try and catch up with these, have a look at these videos as well. But yeah, thanks as ever for your company, much appreciated. Thanks for watching. See you next week, and yeah, very best of luck. I'm rooting for you. Of course, you get a lot of nighttime freight services coming through as well. Alright, cheers Scooby, yeah. It's just a funny name, isn't it? But then, you know, same thing as you talk about Cockfosters. It's, you know, great names. I mean, Bill Bryson, if you've ever read his books, goes on about, he loves British place names. This time that genuinely is for us, isn't it? But at least we've got the thing up in the top right hand corner. We can see we're not until after the station, so we're all right. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you can see a bit of Wembley there lit up. Well, just about see the arch anyway. Yeah. If you ever read the Dovetail Games forum, you would read about this route and the amount of criticism it's got. I mean, a lot of it is down to, you know, not performing very well on the consoles, which I absolutely get, but I have to say, I love every second of it. Yeah, it's oh yes, we are getting into the depot. That's nice. But we are putting the train to bed for the night. The only thing, sadly, and this spoils the realism a little bit, and again, it's something they could do with sorting out. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're right. I should have known better, because this is this OTS mod, isn't it? So yeah, the train is empty. That is good. Yeah, Wembley is massively improved. I mean, it used to be basically just an industrial estate in and around Wembley Stadium, but now it's full of hotels and bars and clothes shops, all sorts. It's much improved. And even, you know, walking about this time of the night, gone midnight, it's still there's still people walking about. So yeah, something about kind of putting the train to bed for the night, as it were. Well, you never know. Well, you know, all being well, it'll be automatic promotion, of course. Quickly go through the train wash. Which is why we're restricted to 4 mile an hour through there, I think. Yeah, there we go. So once the whole of the trains past this point, well, or actually no, we're on strictly underground territory here, aren't we? So it's got a red circle round it. I think that should be a black circle round it. Perhaps I'm just being a bit picky. Ah, right, okay, yeah. Was that at the new Wembley? Wasn't back in the days of the Twin Towers. I've had some good times at Wembley actually over the years, and unfortunately I was there to watch Stoke lose to Manchester City in the cup final, but I was there to see them win amazingly 5-0 in the semi-final against Bolton. But yeah, I've had some good times. England as well, and probably my favourite England memory was watching England beat Holland in Euro 96, so that 4-1, 2 goals for Sheringham, 2 for Shearer, and we were at the end of the ground where 3 of the 4 England goals happened as well. So it was an amazing night. I know, just as well. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, really enjoyed it. It was a shame the amazed Taze wasn't able to see us out tonight as he normally does, and I just hope that hope things are okay for him. Yeah, it would have been nice to have actually gone properly into the shed, see, wouldn't it? But I think we're going to be leaving this train out into the in the open. All right, yeah. So very much the new stadium, wasn't it? Because it was 2007. But yeah, I mean, it's the old cliche, isn't it? But Wembley is not the place to be to see your side losing. I remember Port Vale once reaching the Anglo-Italian Cup final and losing, but there was hardly any Italian supporters there. So I think after a couple of Italian goals, and they realised that basically they were going to get thrashed. Oh, we are getting into a shed. That's good. Then I think the Vale supporters started cheering the Italian side. Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope so. Yeah, I'm sure he'll watch it back when he gets the chance. Try and get this right. It always feels as though those buffer stops are a bit look a bit inaccurate to me, but anyway. Well, there we go. That marks the end of the stream. And yeah, thank you very much, Christopher. Thanks for staying with us till the very end, as ever. Very much enjoyed it. Thanks to Charles there, who was lately on the stream, to Lee Grant, all the way through, of course, to Amaze Taze, to Scooby, who's out car racing at the moment, and all the other wonderful people who have watched tonight. I'm sure some of you haven't chatted, but hopefully you've enjoyed a little bit of the stream. I know, well, we finished at 1 each as it goes on the 2 runs that we did. So he won the first one, so and then I got the equaliser by a very, very close margin. And but some of the runs that we're having together are incredibly close. As I said, I'm waiting for the time when we both get precisely the same score. It's, yeah, there we go. But yeah, thank you very much, and I'll try and get a recorded video up during the week. I'll see how time allows. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching. And just one last time to say, but if you're new and you would consider liking and subscribing, and thank you to everybody that has already subscribed. But everybody, have a good week, and until next time, from Power Flower Trains and Planes, it's a very good night to you all. Good night.